Greetings, everybody. Welcome on in to another session of Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content, fire spells only. And our goal is to
disintegrate
everything. Before we begin, and since I'm on time today, why don't we play the camera minigame, and I will thank our wonderful, lovely contributors during this month's cycle. And I can see already that I need to adjust this. Okay. If you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read every time we stream, right almost at the beginning, all you gotta do is chuck change at me. The purchase or maintenance of any continuous membership or subscription package or a one-time donation during the month cycle is enough to land your name on this placard, which I will read right now. Thank you to Just Me Carly 917 and Shiny of Hyrule Nest for their for the purchase or maintenance of their subscription packages. Thank you to Mr. Fent for gifting Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason with their subscriptions. Please do enjoy all of the benefits and privileges that come along with such a subscription package. Thank you to Mr. Gorda Goku for their continued maintenance of the Valkyrie tier membership over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with such a purchase or maintenance. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued maintenance of a Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that. Finally, while I do not have any one-off contributors of $2 or more this month, I would like to extend a nod and a thank you to people who have performed direct donations in the past. While donations do not come with the usual bells and whistles, it is one of the most direct ways to support me if you like my content. So thank you for that. Thank you sincerely to folks like Housequaker or Mr. User 11 who have done so in the past. With that being said, why don't we get off the this menu screen? I don't like being on it more than I have to be, but every stream's got to start with the load screen. It's got to start with the starting screen, so that's a practice we operate running into actual real runs. Greetings to Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Good sir. Mr. Jason says, greetings, Mr. Coin. Good sir. Greetings to you. Mr. Jason says you'll be delayed. An ACNH streamer is touring your island. Very well. Take your time. I'll be here for the next 4 hours, at the very least. And is it just me, or is my sound like a bit loud? I think it's just me, honestly. And the fact that it's like nighttime. Let's pass time to the morning, shall we? So last time, in the last session, we completed quite a bit of our list. Of course, this is like an ever-growing, ever-expanding list until we're done routing the game, but we managed to kill, like, what? Basically, we managed to basically do, like, 12 or 14 listings. Yeah, that's not half bad. I'd like to continue that progress today. Our goal today is to, at the very least, cross over into the Weeping Peninsula, which is going to have some more stuff in it, and we get our next spell over there, which is very exciting. I'm considering moving the Ailing Village up just to get access to that. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I want to do it, so I'm going to do it. Because I like having that spell. It gives us access to stuff we didn't have access to before. Checking out communique on our various apps. I do not see anything. Okay, we're good here. However, we do still have things to do in Limgrave first. Like, we can't just go do anything we want quite yet. For now, I'd like us to get started with the Stormhill encampment, which is literally right there. And I want us to kind of just... With the Stormhill encampment, you kind of just have to take your time. And also going in the front way is really, really bad. Like, it's really bad. Mainly because we can get things like large dogs leaping at us. But if you pay attention, it actually isn't all that bad. Supposedly. I have had like exchanges in here that have not gone very well. Because, especially, let's see if I can't highlight it. I forget, yeah, see these? These are little noise traps. If we step on them, the encampment is going to be alerted to our presence. So it's just best if you don't even take the road trying to get into the encampment. I think that's just good practice. Now... what we can do is we can actually wrap around, making sure to avoid the main road. We could wrap around here and get on top of the ruined rubble. And we have good aerial advantage, or like good height advantage for attacking the entire encampment. As long as we are patient, we don't have enemies like stanced up and coming after us, we're okay. We wait for him to turn his back and then we get him. Anyone else? There are guys over there. One dog and I believe 1 or 2 soldiers. And then we can kind of like come deal with that knight. Yeah, let's do that. Give me 1 second. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason rather enjoyed the Pokemon Presents today. Nice! The Pokemon Company officially announced Pokemon Winds and Waves, Pokemon Generation 10 for Nintendo Switch 2, and it'll be released in 2027. Nice! You can tell that Pokemon Winds and Waves are releasing for the Switch 2. Unlike Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and Legend ZA, the boulders and rocks are finally not JPEGs. Wow! It's almost like having a high-quality system produces better results. Who would have thunk? Right? Well, you actually put some godforsaken effort in your video game. A Pokemon game's not having JPEGs? Well, it's really almost...
It's against the law.
Against the law, exactly. Almost. Come over here. I did not mean to do that. Turn around, turn around, turn around. No, of course not. Mr. Jason says the best results that you have found come right from the Coin Stamp channel. I appreciate that, good sir. You must head off for a little while, though. Very well, Mr. Jason. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I do hope I get to see you soon rather than later today. But if not, you know, do rest well. Stay safe and take care of yourself out there, my lovely senator. Mr. Jason says you're going to get some shopping from Aldi's. You'll be back soon. Stay safe. And I hope that goes smoothly for you. We want to get rid of L. Doggington over there. Like that. And now we can deal with Butthead McGee over there. Oh, and more dogs. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Let's see, what can I do anything to make noise here? Or like break an object? I might be able to. Wow, this has gone too well. The night fight is probably not going to go over real well. I can feel it. I did not mean to do that, but we're okay. Yep, go right over there and attack them. Beautiful. And I have recalibrated some thoughts. The Spirit Severing Blade is slow enough that I do not actually want it on my hotbar anymore. If I need to get rid of it, I know where need to get rid of spirits. It's usually going to be post-combat, and I can save that space for more important things. Like right now, this is a good time to get rid of them. I hate this change. I'm going to be completely real. It's just so real. I hate this change. There's no... unless there's like some exploit or something related to PvP that is responsible for this reason. It's also why I don't particularly like PvP-oriented changes, because sometimes the PvP spills over into the, into the environmental gameplay, and, then you're completely screwed over. We should not be on dismounted tree sentinel right now. Yeah, we should be over here. Before we do that, though, we are going to come up here and explore this section, because I know there are a couple things we can get while we're over here. A couple of rune pieces, maybe 1 or 2 codex entries, something like that. But you guys are starting to get a sense of the gameplay loop, right? At least I hope so. Kill things, mark them before you kill them, grab new spells, level up, rinse, repeat. This is the core of Reforged gameplay. Notice that it's exactly the same as Elden Ring. That's sort of the point. Is that it's the same. Yeah, that's sort of the point. Is it's the same. Whereas the point with Convergence is to make things as different as actually possible. Like reimagining Elden Ring, which is the core gameplay is still there with Convergence, but there are lots of things that are different that completely differentiate the experience. Reforged is not like this. And that's not a good or bad thing, right? I'm speaking about 2 different Elden Ring mods here when I say that. There's nothing wrong with reimagining Elden Ring. There's also nothing wrong with respecting the core gameplay vision. I hate this. I hate the mod tribalism that sometimes happens as a direct result of Oh, I dislike some things about Elden Ring Reforged, and now I'm in Camp Convergence, and I bring that energy over to the Convergence Discord, which is a fun Discord, by the way. You should consider joining it. Or people that dislike the Convergence come over to the Reforged server, Discord server, and bring that energy there. I don't get it. Or, like, I don't understand why you would waste the energy to do that. Other than, you know, human tribalism, right? And I don't, that's not a disparagement of, you know, Native American or other tribes. That is just the the word tribalism here is referring to the tactic of us against them, othering someone, right? Ultimately, that's kind of the big stinky thing here is just othering another person, and othering them in a very hostile manner. I do not like that. Okay, so where did I place these in the order? Wasn't there a knight out here? Out in one of the four corners? I'm trying to remember, actually. Maybe the Avowed Knight, I think, might be over here. I guess we'll see if I'm right. Guy, I am literally right here. There we go. Oh, we already fought one of these. Whoopsie. I have a tendency of doing this with marks, with signs of the all-knowing, is that I will often forget that I have marked a particular enemy, so I mark it out of precaution. And then I realize the mistake a little bit too late, and I've already wasted the mark or the sign. It's bad. It's kind of bad. I do not like that. But the routing will make me better at that type of thing in general in the future, avoiding that sort of mistake. In other news, how many of you are ready for the weekend? How many of you got weekend plans? I got weekend plans. I'm going to be going over to a session this weekend. Have some fun with friends, IRL friends. And then, next weekend, I plan on going over to a club in my local town, a nightclub. That ought to be fun. About 7 o'clock at night, gonna head over, have like a drink or two, and then come back home. Maybe meet some like-minded individuals. Maybe not. Can I make my very, flame wheel at home? Is that going to be a thing that happens? I think it is. I was so close to being able to navigate that right. I thought there might have been an item over here or a rune piece off in this general direction, which is why I did that. There might still be one lying around. Nope, I don't see one. Doesn't mean there's not one there. It means I don't see it if it is here. That kind of thing. Alright, well, let's head to the next place we're supposed to go then, which I believe is over here. How many of you guys have ever been to a nightclub before? Just out of curiosity. Unthinkable. Our hallowed resting place is violated. To refuse the Earth Tree's call to return, to live within death. Sickening. Pay note of that. The death-touched catacombs. Oh, we're gonna have some fun here. Ah. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine. Yeah, I guess for now we can, like, put all that here. Oh, actually, technically, Flame Sling has, like, a longer distance here. Okay. Oh yeah, I should actually be updating my notes here. If you guys want to follow along as we are playing and you guys want to see the notes I'm taking, all you gotta do is type in !ER path or *ER path, or let's see, how did I try to fix this on Kick? Carrot, or not carrot, but like it's not Almlot. It's not one of the. It's the exponent sign. I'll demonstrate it for you guys on Kick. I think I may have already updated the documentation on Discord as well. There we go. I just had to have the bot do some posting. Perfect. But yeah, ! Asterisk, or exponentiation ER path, depending on whether you're on the green, purple, or red apps. You know, just, and those commands are available on my Discord server. The links for which should be making their rounds about once every hour. And for you guys on Kick, if you type in the exponentiation sign and then Discord, let me just make sure that is correct. No, if you type in the exponentiation and then Linktree, all in one word, all lowercase, you will get oh right, I almost forgot, and we need to mark these. So, funny trick about skeletons: they don't die when you kill them. You gotta actually kill. You have to actually kill the spirit and not just the skeleton. They'll come back to life if you don't do that. Yeah. Before I continue, I need to take notes about the previous area, so you guys could see me type in real time if you use the ER path command. There we go, and I can get off of that screen for now. The routing sheet does light up my face a little bit, and I don't like I don't like it when it does that to my face. Okay. Oh, I heard that. Oh, it's just that one? All right. If you act quick, you can usually get most skeletons before they, like, pop up. It's when multiple of them pop up at once, you kind of have to pick and be ready. Generally speaking, you should take out any archer or casting skeletons like mages or those that generally tend to use death sorcery projectiles. Take those out first, or you're gonna hate yourself. And you can use almost whatever kill method you want. Of note, if you're playing using holy spells as like an example, if you kill a skeleton with holy magic, it will die without needing to kill it a second time for the most part. The exceptions are any of them that are commandeered by necromancers or are being buffed by necromancers. Which we will find later, way later in the routing. That will be... then you'll need to kill the necromancer to keep the skeletons from coming back. Let's see, the first one's like, what, over... Actually, I think the first one's like... here. You can also do the trick of knocking out all the standing skeletons first, and then as long as you remember to come back and actually deal with the ones that could be getting up again, you should be okay. There are lots of ways to handle skeletons. Some are better than others. And of course, if you're a melee build, it's really important you keep moving. More than anything, you don't You can also generally do this, where you, like, circle around the skeletal bones, and, you can generally take them out. They, like, know the jig is up. It's like a form of stealth, almost. Almost. It's not quite the apt description, but it works for my purposes. Come on, I know you're here. Thank you. And if you let them stab you, don't even think about it. So it doesn't always work. Sometimes the skeletons only pop up if they're, say, rigged to go off after you pass a specific point or collect a specific item. That can be a thing that happens sometimes. In most cases, what you can do is you can walk up to the spot where the item is, and then when you do that, you can turn right around and generally go back and start dealing with skeletons. You can generally start doing that. Gotta be careful. Like these here won't get up unless you go to a specific point. Same with this one. You kind of have to just, I'll show you where that point is. Come on. Show me you mean business, Mr. Skeleton. And their attacks come out pretty quick, so if you're thinking of like baiting them into an attack, don't. Save yourself the trouble. You will be much happier if you're not doing that. Okay, so around where the lever is when they will... Or, yeah, you don't even have to go that far. And both of these guys use swords, so you can quite literally just... You could just do this. Knocks them right out. Easy as pie. I make this section look easy, I think, because I have played this hundreds of times between multiple runs, multiple Let's Play attempts, that kind of thing. I have done this a lot. It's really the end sections that I will be a little bit more Green Guild playing, because I will not have had the experience of wiping to it over and over and over and over and over and over and again and again and again and again to it. I will not have had that experience. Let's see, what do I want here? Maybe so. I'm gonna do like some experimentation with spirit ashes somewhat. Now this is the part where I whip out the overlay, because even though I'll have spirit summon help, the Black Knife Assassin can pivot and turn around and do some nasty stuff, including grab attacks. And they will almost certainly be a one-hit KO if I get grabbed by them. So, gonna focus up, and I'll see you guys on the other side of this. Nice. And our just reward is a Death Root, an item we can use later to get some pretty cool rewards. And even some spells. One of which will be very, very useful to us, and the rest we are forbidden from touching. Okay, let's get back over here then. I'm gonna take some notes real quick, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna figure out a flow that is good for this moving forward. It could be write notes after, let people read. It could be take notes during. It might kind of just depend on, you know, how easy or difficult the bosses are. It might just depend on that. More than anything else. But I want to try to get this down to a science about as much as I reasonably can. I just think it is better for processes like this when we do that. Come on. Oh, you're gonna go somewhere else. Very well.
Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? Anyone? Oh, my stars. I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this? My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. No, there's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say. Come on. Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big. I'll pop clean out. I'm sure of it.
I feel like you could chop that up and make it a lot worse, make that sentence a lot worse than it is.
Ouch.
4 hits from a two-handed fist is enough to pop him out.
Well played, good sir. Well played. Oh, that mighty wallop of yours almost spelled the end of me. Well, I'm out now, and that's what counts. I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to have this.
Yes, we're talking to a jar, everybody.
Once again, pleasure is mine. I am the warrior jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held.
Yay!
I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
Not really, but I'm, you know, I'm not, then again, I'm not the ritual combat, trial by combat sort of person.
I'm heading eastward to Redmane Castle, on the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Kaled Wilds. I've heard there's to be a festival held there. I'm heading east to Redmane. I've heard that.
Okay, that's all you gotta say, buddy. That's fine. Be like Jar Friend. I will tolerate no Alexander the Iron Fist slander in this house. He is a wonderful Jar Friend. It's actually quite sad what happens to him later. No spoilers. I'm kidding. It's a challenge run. Spoilers are not really supposed to be a big deal. But, he's just a big guy. He's just a big old bean. There we go. What did I get hit by? Oh, you. Please give me more octopus heads. I can sell those. Come on, stop moving. Dragonfly, dragonfly, please fly on out of here. At least they're dumb enough to stand still so I can hit them. Okay, I don't think there are any rune pieces up here. I think if they do exist, they're along the edges and not here, but I'm gonna look. Usually if they're not in any central areas, you can find one or two along the edges of cliffs, and you'll at least have come out net even on time spent. Anything here? Anything here? Gotta be careful. If you're not paying attention, which I sometimes do not, you can end up going over cliffs if and whenever you don't want to. And that's kind of a problem. Kind of a big problem. That duck hardly made any noise. If you guys want to know where you are for context, if you look out somewhere over this direction, there will be the encampment. See that like U-shaped bit of rubble above where my character's head is? Yeah, that's that is where we are. That we're north of that. I want that item, but I should really get the rest site first before I even think of that. There we go. Just needed to discover it. We're good now. I'll go down there and collect the item. The item I so desperately wanted. Be this rock right here. Yeah, perfect. Not a very worthwhile item, but it will at least fetch runes. Alright, let's go over here to Saint's Bridge. Our next goal is... Summon Water Village Ruins. Note that there is a boss there. There is a boss there, but it is not, we're gonna be going around the boss at first. I'm gonna at least try to do that. No shimmering substance. That's kind of stinky. Huh. I think it might be time to take a lap. Yeah, it might be time to take a lap in the Limgrave tunnels again. I don't like doing this, but gotta show the process. I like keeping my signs of the all-knowing up. And 2 laps is probably reasonable. Actually, we can kind of... Well, sometimes these guys drop cracked stone. That's usually why I kill them, is the cracked stone. But during these runs, I definitely don't... or the routing, I really do not like retreading old ground like that. I just don't. Not a good look. And sometimes because of our early arcane, we can get 2 cracked crystal from a node instead of 1. It's part of why I like taking arcane, or building an arcane build so early. It just helps with pointless grinding so much. crazy, I would have only gotten 2 from that two craft crystal from that exchange, but I ended up getting 3 somehow. Or not 3 somehow. It's because the enemy dropped them more than anything. Oh, I also need to like fix the Discord notifications. They should not be getting them all the time. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't particularly care for, but it's got to get done. We do take commercial breaks around here every hour or so. In roughly the next 3.5 minutes, there will be a timer just to the left of where my webcam is. It'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds, and during that time, ads will be playing. I will be getting up and taking a stretch and doing other things. I highly recommend you guys do the same thing. It'll make the time pass by faster, but do feel free to spend the time in whatever way you like. Once the timer reaches 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get back. We can pick right back up where we left off before. Let's see, where are we in our build again? Ah, yes. Dexterity. I need 2 points in that. I'm wanting to get about another 10 signs or so, and then we should be good to go. When we get to Liurnia, we should have a little bit of a better time with acquiring a more balanced blend of all the materials, other than maybe Fulgur Bloom or Crackling Substance. I think that's the name of it. Yeah, Crackling Substance. That we're gonna have to like kind of go out of our way to farm all the time. Not kidding. Nice. I was not expecting a 2-for-1 special there, but that does make my life easier. I like it when I can get multiple enemies in a, single swing. Doesn't anyone else like a 2-for-1 special? I am definitely going to need to mute the Discord. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of the commercial break, even if it was just waiting for it to be over, right? I know none of us here like to be advertised to all that much. Where did Beast Blood come from? Guess I'll make a bloody extract out of it. Sure. There, I have enough signs. Let's keep going. The thing is, you don't want to run out at a critical time. Thank you. And there are plenty of rune pieces over in this direction, too. This is technically the Stormhill section of the note. If I'm remembering right. I could double check in a minute.
You might... I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Uh-oh. I do not think I have sectioned the notes correctly. 1 second. I need to actually crack open the internet and fix that. Okay, sorry about that. Had to restructure a lot of things, or not a lot of things, but some things for sure. All right, let's see what out of this. The pickled turtleneck, get that, and one cracked pot. And then we do a nice sell off here. Parry, kick. Yep, all this looks good. And we don't make enough critical hits in order to justify the Crimson Dagger. Not even the cerulean version is worth that. Okay.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
I mean, I did buy stuff from you, good sir. Goodness. How close are we to a level up? A couple of kills ought to do it. Yeah, sure, we can farm this guy real quick. Beautiful. Alright, let's level up and ride past him. Don't need him.
Shall I let my hand rest, share them with me? Your thoughts.
You're so close to being able to move to Faith. Get 3 points in that, and then we can finally start upping our DPS. Although our weapons are pretty good. Very specifically, our catalyst is a fairly good early game catalyst to have. I do like it. Just kind of ignore all this. Trust me, we don't need them. Maybe come down there. Deal with the bears down there. Yeah, and there's a rune piece just waiting for us. Okay, so far so good. Ah, yes, and then we've already tread this ground, so we're good to go. Nice. I love when things are interconnected, and you can clearly see you clearly get a feel for which parts of the map you've walked and which parts you've not walked yet. You guys all right? What? Some other people saw that, right? There were eagles just kind of caught there. And then they just suddenly stopped flapping? Okay, game. Elden Ring can have weird glitchiness to it sometimes. And then we got these guys. The bandits aren't too bad by themselves. They stagger easily. Surge has been the early game MVP. I'm not kidding. This spell has been fantastic. It's been other stuff. Not other stuff. It's been I thought, like, you know, Dragonfire or O Flame had some utility, and they do. They do. But I kind of wrote off Surge of Flame during my first, you know, run through, and I think that was a mistake. Even back then, before the lowered fire damage negation debuff was tacked on top of this. Even before that, I shouldn't have been sleeping on this spell. Okay, I need to do something about this. Give me 1 second, guys. Just gonna tab out real quick and fix this. There we go. I think that's fixed now. The notifications were starting to annoy me, so I fixed it. Ah, there you are.
Is the Deathless mark once again? Ah, a tarnished, are you? I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death. And worse yet, it is home to a mariner. If you value your life, then go no further. The village here has been touched by death. Turn back while you still can.
All right. And I guess while we're here, anything out in this general direction? I know there's like a rune piece out this way. Yep, so I already spotted it. Nice. Right next to a Trina's Lily. Wonderful. Alright, so Summon Water Village is home to the Tibia Mariner. That's that guy floating out there. He's a boss. And is also home to some ruins, the basement of which is unlocked over there. And you need to deal with 2 ruin seals if you would like to. if you would like to access the basement. I'm sorry. Oh, it's raining again. God, I hate this timeline. Alright, I need to also mark you. I also know there's a skeletal crossbowman over there. Let's see, what did I want over here? I think I wanted Engball. Because, the Tibia Mariner shred summons pretty easily. Not so much because they shred summons, but because they can make enemies fall asleep. They can make their enemies fall asleep. And the wolves and spirit jellyfish just don't do much to combat that. They don't. You need a whole different summon altogether to take them to deal with this place. Okay, let's go ahead and kneel at this seal. And maybe we could sneak in here. You just got to be careful because right past this wall, the Tibia Mariner, like, is out to play. I need to be, like, very careful. There we go. All right. Oh, we almost set him off. Almost. That would have been gross. And I think our rune piece that I'm wanting is up here. Yes. Right there. And I believe our other one... No, I know our other one is. Here we just get an item. There are also wolves that like to hang out here, so just watch out for that. And don't worry, as long as you don't reload the map, you can't, like, lose progress on seals. I'll try to remember these. Guillemot are here if I need them. For, like, a slight FP refill, I know to come back to those. They're not flightless birds, but they are a little bit more hesitant to fly, is what I will say there. Also, turtles. Are we turtly enough for the turtle club? Turtle? Maybe. I'm not. Even though I know I, put a shell on me and I'd fit right in. With how round I am, but I don't fit in with those types. I do not. No, they're gonna zoom around. We wait. I'm sorry, what? Thank goodness. And I know that knight over there just saw me. who else is on my butt? Okay, we know where the basement entrance is, just across from us. So all we have to do is make it back there. But I would be remiss if I did not attempt to come out and literally like knock some heads together. In here we get a really nice item. We get like an extra nice item. And it even completes the split for us. When are we going to get an Adamantoise style enemy in Elden Ring Reforged? Is that ever going to be a thing that happens? I feel like there should just be a giant red or blue shelled tortoise with spikes on it. And you get like an upgrade to a medallion we're about to get. I feel like that would be funny. Green Turtle Talisman. This is quite single-handedly one of the best talismans known to man. It enables so many different things. It's not funny. Yes, we lose some maximum stamina, but honestly, who cares? The important part is the important part of that is we've completed a split. Did that already move? It did. Okay, it did. And, you know, we can cast more spells. Like, our recovery period is shorter. Just go ahead and do this. Just try to get him before he summons a bunch of stuff. And he's even semi-resistant to fire. Semi-resistant is what I'll say to that. Perfect. That was the smoothest Tibia Mariner I have done yet. I believe I have gotten a method all figured out for that. So let me take some notes while that's happening, and I'll try not to pause because it'll bug out. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm gonna be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. I just wanted to make sure that no one was hurt based on the noise I thought I heard. I would much rather, go deal with that than to blissfully ignore it and, I actually ignored someone's arm being hacked off or something. Okay. So our next stop... Oh, we're actually good to go. We should make sure we carve up this section of the land because there are trees, or there are rune pieces, but Otherwise, we're good to head right into the Weeping Peninsula.
Another fool who won't listen to reason, eh? But with a prowess for weeding Deathroot. How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to hunt more of those who live in death and weed their Deathroot, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to, and the beast himself wishes for someone to take my place. What say you? Very well. Show me your map. I've marked the location for you, of a hidden gateway. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman. I have a matter of my own to attend to. I've spotted the mark of the centipede here in the village. An ill-omened symbol that should not be. Someone or something threatens the sanctity of the Golden Order and must be eradicated. What is it? Still milling about? The map indicates where the gateway is hidden. It will lead you to Garank, the beast clergyman. What is it? Still milling?
Yay! Let's go actually collect some rune pieces. Hooray! More feckless wondering. I jest, but I mean, in all seriousness, you know, this is that section of the trip. We're gonna have a few sections like that where, you know, there's not gonna be some interesting boss for us to fight. There's not gonna be some fascinating new game mechanic we can talk about. Sometimes it is just literally gonna be, yeah, we're gonna be wandering the wide open space, and we're gonna be looking for collectibles. Look, it honestly, you know, even with 100%, right? I probably still wouldn't collect all of this in one sitting, but we kind of don't have a choice if we want to front load the rune pieces at the end, so that, or at the beginning, so that when we skip them, right? Or when we start skipping them, it's not gonna be nice. Go back this way. Run. Just let him kind of stand there. Perfect. Mr. Jason says, "You've returned, good sir. Welcome back. Welcome back. You've come back in to us roaming around the countryside looking for some rune pieces."
Sex.
Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the redemption, good sir. How are things going with you? And while Mr. Jason, I have Mr. Jason. How did the shopping trip go? I trust the shopping trip went smoothly for you. I've just been keeping my nose to the grindstone. Not much has changed, really, truthfully. We did kill some, we did kill some bosses and complete some segments, but that's really about it. Nothing more than that. Let me just kind of make sure I'm keeping my eyes peeled for rune pieces. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, good sir. Although it is 2027, Mr. Jason is exceedingly excited for Pokemon Winds and Waves. And it's a, it's a title that makes a lot of sense. I like Sun and Moon for the same reasons. Because it's, it actually contrasts certain things. Mr. Shiny says the Firestarter is the obvious pick for you if you decide to buy Switch 2 and get the game. Understandable. Mr. Jason says, and best of all, good sir. Oh.
I hadn't expected to see your face again. Are you heading to the Festival of Combat too? No need to be coy with me. Judging by the fine wallop you gave the old backside earlier, I would venture you're something of a warrior yourself. The mere thought of such a festival gets the blood pumping, eh? Now, according to my calculations, passing through this road should lead us to the Kaled Wilds. But, however you slice it, it seems we've reached a dead end. I'm sorry to have raised your hopes. It seems my calculations must have been off.
Mr. Jason says, and the trees in Pokemon Wind and Waves also don't look like Nintendo 64 trees. Yay! Yeah, they look like actual bona fide trees, which is good. That's awesome. Welcome on in, Mr. Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. God blessed be to you. How goes the Twilight Princess? Have you made any additional progress since the last time we spoke? You've come in just in time. We're moving some dialogue along and trying to get some rune pieces along the land before we go over and get our next new fun spell, which I bet will be at least somewhat exciting to some people. Mr. Jason says that Mr. Jason is so old that Mr. Jason has not missed a single Pokemon generation. Nice! All the way back to Pokemon Red and Blue, I'm sure. Mr. Tension says, yes, sir, you're at the Upper Zora River. Nice. Nice. You're gonna... That means you're not that far away from one of my favorite dungeons in the whole entirety of Twilight Princess.
I was created to be a warrior vessel. Many great warriors reside within me, ever dreaming of becoming a great champion. It's my destiny, and the reason for which I quest. It is my ordeal, you could say. To test myself, to better myself, to fell ever greater foes. And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think, eh? How do you rate my chances?
A cracked pot out of 10, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Jason says it was only until Nintendo 3DS that Mr. Jason started to buy 2 copies of each, good sir. You began that in 2014 with Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Nice. Tension says you also bought Resident Evil 9 last night, Mr. Coin. Oh, and how's the game been? Have you cracked it open? All right, we're gonna tell Warrior Tubbs over there to go somewhere else, or to sit and stare at a gate he can't fit through for a while. And now we're gonna get out of here, finish roaming the hillside for rune pieces, and then we're gonna move on. You have a fun fact for me, Mr. Jason? What's that? Sorry, I'm kind of having to focus my vision here for a second. I kind of have to be on alert given the given how small our collectible is. Mr. Tension says, yeah, you played until 4 in the morning. It's a 10 out of 10. Okay, nice. That's awesome. I'm glad you got a Resident Evil game that you can enjoy. Truly. Mr. Jason says the Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon Ultra Dual Edition was the only product that released with a steelbook case that you could only source one of. Nice. Yeah, I did not purchase Ultra Sun. That was at a particularly one of many rough points of my financial history. Mr. Jason says Mr. Tension is an 11 out of 10. You've got an admirer, maybe, Mr. Tension. You're very welcome, Mr. Tension. I'm glad to hear it. An Ash of War we don't need. Cool, great, fantastic. Mr. Jason just appreciates everyone. A fine attitude to have. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Much appreciated. Really? Oh, well, I guess we'd be getting that particular rune piece when we're in Caelid then. Okay. Something to note, I suppose. Any other rune pieces? And I think we would have collected this one earlier. So I guess before we go to the Ailing Village, let's go to the secret spot that, let's go to the secret spot that, D told us about. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason was somewhat disappointed, though, Mr. Coin. Oh. Mr. Tension said, yeah, Mr. Tension says, God bless you, Mr. Jason. Hope you're doing well, good sir. We are multi-streaming. Of course, you guys are free to carry out cross conversations. Do I recommend that? No, not necessarily, but it's what happens when you don't use restream.io or something. Okay, I think I had said before that there's like a fort way out here. We're really close to that fort now, actually. We're in the same region as that fort. And do we? I think we have 2 death root, right? Yes, we have 2 death roots. Mr. Jason says, yesterday the Pokemon Company uploaded a YouTube video advertising that there was 1 day away from the Pokemon Presents, and it featured Furret, a Pokemon from Johto. Plus, the one was part gold and part silver, and so Mr. Jason hoped for remakes of Johto. Did I end up being correct? Did it end up being a port like I thought it might be? All right. Imagine hearing that phlegmy throat all day. That's what I sound like when I'm on a cold. A little bit. Mr. Jason says they did not mention anything of Johto, so then what was the 1 for then? Is that like just weird, subtle, delayed advertising? I mean, who knows, right? Let's hand over 1 death root. Mr. Tension says that guy is huge. Yes, this is Garank, the beast clergyman. You get beast or bestial incantations from this guy. I'll hand over death root as demonstration. Welcome on in, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. We're just about to exchange 2 death roots to Garank here. What's up, Mr. Jason?
I smell it. feed me more.
We get a seal and the beast eye, which is our introduction to this. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason did not yet again get Pokemon Legends Go Pidgey. Or Pokemon Let's Go Pidgey. Pokemon Legends Pidgey would be hilarious. And or Pokemon Legends Pidgey. Oh, I did read it right. I put it at the wrong spot. So here's hoping for Pokemon Day 2027. What do you hope to get with Pokemon Legends Pidgey? I mean, even Pidgeot. I do like Pidgeot. Even that giant bird does not. I don't know if it merits a whole game. Maybe the Pidgey, though, because it's also a cute little Pokemon. Mr. Jason says, nothing much, it's just a running joke. Fair enough. Same deal.
I'm not sated. Feed me more. Death. I shall grant thee eye and claw. Feed me more.
Okay. All right. Well, that was easy. Isn't there a written message over here? Yes, there is. Let's read. Brandish 4 offerings of death root. At night, the ravenous beast, distracted, may reveal a careless opening. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Gurink is kind of a cool cat. The cool thing about this seal is that it actually scales off strength and some faith, but it does scale more off strength. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a P-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for sitting through that. It's the part of content creation I don't care for. You guys have been a wonderful audience today so far. I hope to here's to another 2 hours where we get some productive stuff done. We do take commercial breaks around here though at the top of each and every hour. So in about 3 minutes from now, we'll be taking our next one. And when that time comes, there will be a timer just to the left of where my webcam is. That will display, and it'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, the ads will be playing, and I will be getting up and stretching, turning my head away from my keyboard, that kind of thing. I highly recommend you guys do the same, but feel free to spend the time in whatever way you wish. Once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk. And we can get back to what we were doing beforehand. We'll pick up where we left off. We'll resume the travel along the well-worn road whatever parlance you wish to use for that. Let me go back and catch up on chat. All of them. All the chats. I do not see anything on the green app. Mr. Tension says you left a like, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Much appreciated, as always. Yeah, liking the VODs or stream video helps out a lot if you're on YouTube. If you ever visit my channel on YouTube, please feel free to do that. It takes a couple of clicks, and doing that will help boost the stream and the algorithm. I really appreciate that. Let me do that before the game freaks out. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Jason is now doing what Mr. Jason always does. Although Mr. Jason does not know why Mr. Jason does it. But you are adding Pokemon Wind and Waves reaction videos to your YouTube watch later list, even though you know full well that by the time that you get the chance to watch them, Pokemon Wind and Waves will already be out. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, the YouTube channel GVG uploaded a video on YouTube that is simply titled, Pokemon Finally Looking Good. Now, looking good is fine. The question is it going to play good? Is it going to be more slop? If it's just fancy looking slop, I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if much is gonna change for the franchise. I would say maybe it should be geared more toward adults, because those are the real players of the franchise, I personally think. But, you know, if you guys want Pokemon for adults, you can just go play Shin Megami Tensei. I mean, really. S&T 4 or 5 is basically Pokemon for adults. You know, just replace a couple of mechanics and change the overall theme, and, well, there you have it. But we could pick back up on this after the commercial break. Thanks. Alrighty, I am back. Sorry about that, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's check on the other chats, and then we are good to go. Mr. Tension says, yes, sir. I appreciate that. In regard to, like, the whole liking the video thing. I worry that me using the pause item is going to glitch out the game. I'm always worried that it'll just freeze it. Because I have paused it for like 10-20 minutes before, and the result was never particularly very good. Okay. Trying to think of where I want to jump over, if anything. I think I actually have to go a bit further down to jump back. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, for your attention, good sir. You've just sent a photo to my DMs. Yeah. But you would love my reaction while live. But as always, you're happy to wait for the opportune time. Very well. I will, let me get out of a combat situation first, and I'll take a look. I'll crack a peek at that. Any rune pieces while I'm right up here? I don't think so. I just see the one over there. Okay. Let me crack out the phone here. Mr. Tension says your horse is fast, Mr. Coin. Thank you. Did you know he could go even faster if you feed him an item in this mod? I'll show you as soon as I am done looking at the item. Those are some not half bad pictures on the Switch too. Look, I don't begrudge people for you know, being excited about that. I wish I could join in, but I'm too busy being unprincipled. Wow, and he has horns too. That's crazy. I can't tell you why the horns are there. I think that's just the type of creature this is, but yeah. He's best friend. No, I will not tolerate torrent disparagement in this house. Okay, where was I? I was trying to, like, what was I figuring out? Oh, and that's good to know that that's there too, actually. Right, we're supposed to be heading to the Ailing Village, and we can do that here. And it's raining again. My God, it is just raining so much in this game. I just happen to have the worst luck all the time, or my games just like raining on me for some crazy weird reason. That's nuts. That is just nut thinking right there. I'm gonna trust that passing the time might fix this. Mr. Jason says, thank you for looking at the photos, good sir. You're very welcome. So yeah, those photos, of course, would, of course, be highly compressed, but it is definitely painting a pretty picture. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I want all of the Nintendo fans to eat well. I just want the company to not be a cyberbully or do patent bullying. I want the shareholders to behave, is what I want. If we could just get them to do that, then all will be right in the world, as far as Nintendo is concerned.
Hello? Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander. I fear for father's life. The servants are full of wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father at the castle? My sole wish is that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe.
Mr. Tension says, that's how you felt in Zelda. Every time you get to a wall, you gotta climb, it starts raining. Yes. Now, imagine if that rain in Tears of the Kingdom, right? Or the other Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Imagine if your damage output were directly lowered by 10%. So, like, enemies that take, I don't know, say 6 sword slashes or 6 weapon slashes of a medium grade weapon to kill, take an extra one strike to kill. That's what happens to me when it rains here. I can't climb, so it's not annoying in that way, but being in the rain directly lowers my damage output. And that is base game Elden Ring. I should also say that is base game. This mechanic has been untouched in Reforged. It is one of the few vanilla things that exist that do something in the environment. Don't get me wrong. It's cool that it does this. And if I were doing anything else, I wouldn't care. But I'm playing with fire spells, so it sucks to be me right now.
Thank you, dearly. Then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please. Please, if you wouldn't mind, deliver the letter to my father at the castle. He can be stubborn, but I'm sure he'll come around.
Oh yeah, I wanted to demonstrate that the torrent could in fact move faster if you let him. So, when we defeated the Outrider Knight, the Halleck Tree Knight on a horse, and we picked up this Stable Master's cookbook, one of the things we were able to do is make Stormhoof and Erdbark raisins. These are Reforged specific foods for Torrent. And the Stormhoof raisin increases his speed, but makes him vulnerable to attack. So I will demonstrate that right now. It doesn't cost too many materials to demonstrate this, so I'm fine doing it. This is about 50% faster, I would say. But this speed does not affect his jumping momentum at all. We're still doing that the normal. That's still happening at the normal speed, as weird as that is. See, this is not quite nearly as fast. It's like it's around 25 to 50% faster. Like, you know, using the Stormhoof raisins. I often don't have a need to do that. All right, let's, Mr. Tension says, wow, he's in hyperspeed. Yeah. Conversely, if you were to feed him Erdbark raisins instead, he would move slower, but take less damage from being struck very specifically. You're very welcome, Mr. Tension, anytime. And our dear friend Arena is dead. She's dead. I wonder who could have killed her. Maybe it is the creatures that she referred to earlier. Wow. Angie Philosopher says, giving the poor horse drugs. SMH. Hey, it's one little dosing of very, very electrifyingly sweet raisins. I tried to harken back to a Dr. Pepper commercial, and I don't have the singing voice to pull that off. I did take general music classes as a kid. I was in elementary school chorus. That was a thing I did in life. But I cannot carry a tune. I would need to be trained to carry a tune. I'm not kidding. I didn't really inherit the musical bones of my family. Some of my father's family, very specifically. Some of my father's family. God bless. Actually, we're in a country music band together, and actually did tours. I couldn't tell you the name of the band. I'd have to like ask my dad about that. But Mr. Tension says she died pretty badly. What monsters did that? Oh, so the specific creature that we are referring to here. I not mean to do this, but it's fine. See those guys over there? Those are the Misbegotten. In fact, you can even see the cleaver they're using. The Misbegotten right to the left of the character's head. Yeah, they got the same cleaver on them. So I'm pretty sure a Misbegotten got to Arena and killed her. And because she's blind, of course, she couldn't defend herself. Not everyone can be Daredevil. Promise. Sometimes if you're blind and deaf, you roll the lottery poor and you hope you survive. Not much more to say than that. Uh-huh. Now, we don't have to kill everything here, but I need the runes more than anything. Oh, you're gonna jump, are ya? Mr. Tension says this game's story is off the chain in a good way. Well, that's kind of the thing about Elden Ring, or FromSoft games in general, is that the story is... You can engage with as much of or as little of it as you want. And a lot of the finer details, right? Let me try to find one, an item that's like this. Like the Spirit Ashes. The Spirit Ashes contain part of, like, the background story of the game. Every item has a description, and lots of the items give you a little bit of insight into the lore of the game. If you want to know all the lore, you read the items. Some of it is, communicated through exposition of character dialogue, but a lot more of it is indicated through item description. So if you don't read, you don't get the full context for certain things. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you just looked around your room and you found Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow, Silver, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Nice. Nice. That's a lot of games to find in a single sitting." We're gonna mark you. And as long as I stay stealth, I should be able to take out all of these guys without any fighting. We'll see. Yeah, we even get the same cleaver. For just for the sake of like demonstration. As long as I'm not hitting anything with the cleaver, then I can show it. So if you look at my cleaver and you look at this cleaver, right? It's the same cleaver. Like the handles are the same. The handles are the same. The blade shapes are the same. It's the same cleaver. Just as like confirmation of what I was saying earlier. Mr. Jason says, "You also randomly found your 8 megabyte Sony PlayStation 2 memory card? Who remembers when 8 megabytes was a lot of space?" I do. I remember when 8 megabytes was fantastic. Mr. Tetchin says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you forgot to tell me that they got a new World of Warcraft. I've been keeping up. It's World of Warcraft Midnight. Came out last night, unironically. Look, I would love to bring World of Warcraft to you guys. I have tried that a couple of times. There's a couple issues. Number one, I would need a concurrent subscription, or I would need someone to gift me like a 6-month subscription, and I don't like doing that, number one. And number two, that's not fair to anyone. Additionally, I have a past with the MMO, and it kind of colors everything I know and could talk about it with. See, I used to be a raider back in the day with World of Warcraft, like the retail version. My dad got me the game for my 14th birthday. Come back here. Thank you. I got the expansion, I got the vanilla retail game when I was 14, along with like a subscription package. Which was, it's almost 20 years ago. My lovely senators. I want to put that in context. I'm 33. I got the game when I was 14. That is 19 years ago, roughly. So it's old. It's old news. But and I'll read the comments in a second. I promise. Dang it, Daknabbit, it's raining again. Stop that video game. Stop raining on my parade. I didn't raid when I was 14, for the record. I really only started raiding when I was 17. This was about the time the Wrath of the Lich King expansion came out. I did raid a teeny tiny bit before that, but, I was a silly 16-year-old kid. I didn't really know that much about the game back then. I wasn't that practiced yet. So start raiding in Wrath of the Lich King. And I had already guild hopped once by the time that happened. I met a new guild during that time where we guild hopped to a new guild, and I would come to know them as the Wayward Enforcers. I was on the Airy Peak server, which is one of the US servers, and I would raid there. I would raid content with them up until I was brought in sometimes. I didn't really enter a dedicated raid team within that guild until after Cataclysm. Which would have been like about 4 years after the previous point in the story. I became a serious raider. And it, you know, I would say I was at the height of my autistic expression then. I move into Mists of Pandaria, and there are some growing pains. I end up entering a new raid team, and the raid team is sort of designed for, you know, new people who are new to raiding. I wasn't new to raiding, but I was extended an invitation, so of course I joined. I got a sincere taste of that. In Mists of Pandaria, and about that time, toward the end of that expansion, that's when they introduced Mythic tier rating. I wanted a taste at that, and my raid group was not cut out for that. So I tried to get a new raid team together. Didn't really work, but there were a bunch of social issues that sort of prevented me from doing this. I would have been a roughly, 22-year-old person at that time, maybe 23, somewhere around there. I do eventually end up cobbling the raid team together. We clear Heroic, we clear the tier below Mythic, and then we, start clearing out Mythic, because at that time, the Mythic content could be 10-man. You could raid with 10 people. Sorry, I'm making sure to keep all this straight. While all this raiding was happening, I had another group of friends, or people that I regarded well at that time, and let's say a lot of jokes were made about me being a spectral, or the things that I say or said or did, some good, some bad, and let's say I didn't always get the sort of humor that was being joked at during that time, in like the mid-2010s. This is when the internet was at its cringiest. I just didn't get it. I didn't have a head for it then. So I came home from school, I came home from college, only to be sometimes cyberbullied, sometimes picked on, sometimes humor was made at my expense. I carried a lot of that, pretty silently, for a long time. Then, in history, after that bit of history, Warlords of Draenor came out. This was the World of Warcraft and Facebook doing a crossover mobile game collab of the century. Hard pass on that. This was one of possibly the worst expansions in World of Warcraft history. By that time, I had left the guild that I had guild hopped to all the way back in the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King era. I come across a couple of new members. We made our own guild. We were our own raid team. Some of that included the same people that I would log into TeamSpeak or Ventrilo or Mumble, and come home. I would come home from college just to get bullied again. Although it had gotten somewhat better by that point, but the long-term relationship damages had kind of already been done. we raid, and we wait until almost the end of Warlords of Draenor. And we had slowly started to suffer membership issues. The membership issues became so bad that we couldn't really deal with the mythic content. And I moved to being a team, or I had fully been established as a team lead by that time. We all, half the team didn't really want to do the mythic content. Some of it was those team members not having the capacity to do that content for whatever reason. I had people from all walks of life. I had a 6-year-old woman who was taking care of her husband, and her husband was suffering from dementia, to my knowledge, based on what I remembered, what I remember of that time. So I get it. There were people that were going to college just like me. Their minds were elsewhere. I had teenage high schoolers around 16, 17, 18. I had young adults that either worked blue-collar jobs or were from the military. I knew all kinds of people when I was a raid lead. I liked most of them, even if some of them exposed me to things I should not have been exposed to or didn't want to be exposed to. Being a raid lead kind of sometimes meant you kept skeletons in the closet. And you hope that you would never have to air someone's dirty laundry, or you would never be subject to that dirty laundry again. There were a lot of years between the various associations that I built up, that when my raid team and guild group did break up in Warlords of Draenor, the whole affair kind of left a really bad taste in my mouth. I wanted to be done. I would go on with some of those guildmates to play other games, Warframe, Minecraft, that kind of thing at first, but eventually I just moved on. Like, real life took over. I started attending university rather than just a 4-year technical college. I moved on. I found other friends. I don't want to say I washed my hands of that time, but it became a sour patch of years that I couldn't remember without being in pain, emotional pain and trauma. It wasn't only that, of course. I did have some good times, and I was also a jerk sometimes. But, like, I admit that readily. But World of Warcraft no longer became a game that I could enjoy without rethinking and reliving the trauma again. I did try to bring it back when Dragonflight came out, but that ultimately didn't last long. Not only did that not last long, but, about 6 months later, 6 to 8 months later from that time, I would be forced out of college. Ran out of funds, couldn't finish. That's pretty much that history in a nutshell. So I do hope that people enjoy World of Warcraft Midnight. I do hope that. And some part of me still thinks that maybe with the right group of people, I could come to enjoy it again. But I have to be in a way better financially able shape before I can even consider that. And I would want to have the people first and foremost. And I just don't think that's going to happen. Let me catch up on messages, because I know I kind of rambled a lot there. And I'm incredibly sorry for that. I'll start with the green app. Mr. Tension says the raids look fun if you got a good team by your side. Yes. Yeah, I did have some fun. I went through a lot of dungeon and raid content together with a lot of different kinds of people. It can be fun. It can also be stressful the higher up on the difficulty ladder you shoot for. like mythic rating, oh my goodness, you better dedicate your entire life to that. You had better dedicate your entire life to that. It better be a second job for you. Mr. Tension goes on to ask, what type of character did you have? A mage, a warrior? I originally started out as a paladin, and then I moved to a shaman. In the early part of my World of Warcraft career, let's call it, I was a paladin. I either DPS'd, or I tanked, or I healed. I have done all three. When I moved over to my shaman, shaman can only DPS or heal. They come in melee and ranged flavors, as well as, you know, healing flavors. I have done 2 of those, elemental and restoration, both specs. My DPS was among the highest in the entire group when we were AoEing or cleaving things down. Mr. Tension goes on to say, sorry to hear that, Mr. Coin. No worries, it's old history by now, more than anything. Mr. Tension goes on to say, you just watched... Hold on. I don't know if... Oh, I think that, yeah, that's supposed to be just. You just watch Asmongold, that's how you know about World of Warcraft. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I did not watch Asmongold during that period, but I did hear of him during that era. During that time, any World of Warcraft content that I watched was largely just raid videos or like, or productions where raid teams would talk about strategies to defeat certain bosses, that kind of thing. More than anything. Mr. Hold up. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason also has way too many Nintendo GameCube memory cards. I think I have 1 or 2 lying around, mostly Animal Crossing data, if I remember right. Mr. Jason goes on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, speaking of memory cards, that was back in the day when Mr. Jason just bought any random thing and not the official stuff. Fair, fair. Hey, sometimes the random stuff was good, and sometimes it wasn't. You never knew unless you either did the vetting beforehand, or you learned right there on the spot if it was good or bad. Anki Philosopher says, old man confirmed. Am I going to be ancient to you guys too? Is that what's going to happen? Am I going to be ancient? My IRL friend group and my own sibling call me ancient at the table, because I happen to be the oldest among them. That when we regularly meet up every couple of Saturdays. Mr. Jason says, unfortunately, Mr. Coin, some of Mr. Jason's childhood friends, in air quotes, were complete jerks and stole Mr. Jason's copy of Pokemon Gold, Crystal, Fire Red, and Leaf Green. Yikes. Yeah, I've kleptoed a couple of games by mistake. I have done that before. And by the time I would realize that I accidentally kleptoed the game, I would feel really bad. Because usually I would realize it when I either gone across state lines or you know, I did have a couple of phones break, so I lost contact with the people that loaned me cartridges. Yeah, that's always sucky. So I try not to just ask for games on the whole, period. That's why I'm kind of torn about the key cards. The key cards allow some form of digital sharing, but you don't own your key card. So Nintendo or other people can take it away from you if you share, rather than, you know, have someone else buy the game, which is kind of silly. Mr. Jason goes on to say, but at least we now have the Mr. Coin fan club, of which Mr. Jason is proudly president. I appreciate that, good sir. Angie Philosopher says, life lessons with Mr. Coin. Mostly just, you know, don't consign your kids to MMOs. That would be life lesson number 1. Do not let your children play MMOs. People do not care about your age there much. I learned a lot of things that I was not supposed to learn. I talked to people I was not supposed to talk to. I shared details with people I wasn't supposed to share. I kept skeletons in the closet for other people that I quite frankly should have just reported to the authorities or just not gotten involved with, but I didn't. So those are 2 life lessons. Be careful who your child talks to online, and don't let your children play online multiplayer games unless you know each and every person in the multiplayer group. You gotta know each and every one of them. And know a few online interactions don't cut it for knowing these people. These had better be IRL people that you know that can help you protect your children. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin Fan Club Discord coming soon. The Stoat chat might turn into something like that. Maybe. Mr. Tension says, nah, Mr. Coin, age ain't nothing but a number. I mean, sometimes age matters. You don't want your kids you don't want children talking to random adults in real life. Not unless you're watching, making sure that nothing bad's happening. That's called, having a good community or being good parents. And if people here are under 18, you don't interact with adults unless your parents or your guardians know who they are. Don't interact with strangers. That's a good way to get abducted. It's a good way to, find yourself on the receiving end of some crimes. You don't want that. Mr. Tension says, you let your friend borrow GTA San Andreas. He kept it for a week and didn't want to give it back. Did you ever get it back? For the record. Mr. Jason says, speaking of Pokemon, though, good sir, did you know that Mr. Jason has an open Pokeball Plus with a Mew in it? Yes, I am aware. You mentioned that story about 2 days ago. Yeah, I don't want to lecture anyone or anything. And I apologize if I came off as though I were lecturing someone. I know from personal experience, a lot of these things that I'm talking about, I learned them firsthand. I'm glad you got it back, Mr. Tension, for what that's worth. Kleptoing games from friends is a feels bad, for sure. Ow. Let me get back behind a wall before I get rammed through by a Golem Great Arrow. But I know these things from personal experience. It's what I was saying earlier. And I don't want other people to experience that again. The bullying, the constant teasing, coming home from school, being bullied for who you are as a person, and then have people online do the exact same thing to you. Or another really common thing I would be subjected to is neurotypical people do this a lot, where they will, because I am articulate, for whatever reason, less or not quite as, and for those on the spectrum, for those spectrals for who articulation is an issue, are, they don't have this problem as much. Instead, they're minimized. But us spectrals that can talk and can talk back, the world writ large likes to minimize us. Likes to say that what we're feeling is fake, or, who talks like that? George Lucas, who talks like that? I mean, well, we kind of do sometimes. But what's it to you, I guess? Being patronized, too, is something else as well. I don't want my peers... I don't want any of my peers, mental health issues or not, to experience that. That's awful. For years and years and years, too. And I wasn't really aware, or as a kid, I didn't really think about leaving. When I became an adult is when I kind of thought about leaving multiple times, but I stayed for the love of the game more than anything. Mr. Jason says, did you say rammed, good sir? That's one of the 3 words that summon the amazing Aelin. Too true. Too true. Oh shoot. I guess we could move this up. Sure. Trying to make sure I knew where this was. Okay. Well, do you guys have any stories of MMOs you've played back in the day? I would imagine that I come from a time where MMOs were kind of common and it was sort of expected that you played it at least one growing up. But do you guys have stories of games like that? They could be multiplayer games like Warframe as well, for the record. But the important part is, you know, dealing with people that ultimately did give you some social scars later in life. I have a lot of scars from that time back then. I'll read all of these statements in a wonderful little minute. He tipped me. I'm dead. Yuck. Let's see. Mr. Jason says it was not an MMO, but Mr. Jason played The Simpsons Virtual Springfield. Ah. Okay. Gravity claims yet another life. And I need to remember to, like, play the sound when I do that, too. Like that. I almost always save any humorous things relating to falls for that sound pretty specifically. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, Pokemon Wind and Waves will probably be out before you get the chance to watch all of the added videos. And is it a personal story for you that when the game comes out and you haven't yet watched videos, you tend to discard the videos you were saving for later? As in, do your watch later lists change because of that? Mr. Jason says, yeah. Classic. Classic. Mr. Tension says, you played StarCraft before? Okay. It wasn't an MMO, but you were playing the new Mortal Kombat online, and you were beating this one guy real bad, and he started cussing you out? Ah, yes, the spicy gamer words. We love it, you know, love it when people start cussing like crazy in the games. All kinds of swear words come, you know, percolate out of people like that. I've heard the N-word before. Do not Google. You will regret that. Most people probably know what I refer to with that word, though. I have heard MF. I have heard the Lord's name said in vain. I have heard the F, the 6-letter F slur before. All kinds of nasty stuff in lobbies. Ugh. We hate that here. Mr. Tension says you were shocked for sure, Mr. Coin. Some people are just... They got a foul mouth, and they weren't cultured appropriately. They did not learn to stow away their racism and hatred. Mr. Jason says, so apparently, good sir. So apparently, ... Let's try not to have gravity claim another life, shall we? Mr. Jason says, someone on YouTube claims to have found 100 plus details of Pokemon Wind and Waves. It wouldn't happen to be, Poke-Tips, would it? That's the chap I think of when I think about who's kept up with, all Pokemon related news. Pichupedia. Another name to add to the collection, I suppose. Let me see if I can't, like, drop down and, like, get this guy real good. Bye. Mr. Jason says, and Verlicify already hates the game. Is that another creator, I take it, apparently? Well, Pokemon is an old enough franchise to receive haters. Yeah. And I take it they're probably pretty popular, pretty prolific content creators for the franchise. I'm willing to bet ever since Sword and Shield, probably, you know, the game has accumulated enough haters where there's like an actual real counter culture for it. Mr. Jason says some people refer to them as clickbaiters. That sounds right. That sounds like exactly the sort of thing they would do too, is clickbait people into not liking the game based off of their impressions alone. A similar point of order would be people who work at, say, Kotaku, who don't even play the games they review for, and it was determined that Kotaku and several game journalists fake scores. Don't ram me like that. What's up, Mr. Jason? If people are like, why the heck am I doubling back over myself so many times? It is to collect rune pieces on the way to the object of our fancy, which is in fact a spell. Wasn't there another rat? I guess not. Mr. Jason says some people pre-order Pokemon Winds and some of them pre-order Pokemon Waves. Some people even pre-order Pokemon Wind and Waves, but not Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason will more than likely pre-order Pokemon Winds, and Winds, as well as Pokemon Waves, and Waves. And then 2 of the inevitable Pokemon Winds and Waves dual packs. You probably like Pokemon that much, huh? I can respect that, I suppose. But as long as it's within budget, do whatever you like. And I know I heard some others squeaking around here. Crowd control. I love this R2 on the seal. I'm proven right more and more every time about my previous run attempts with this category of run in Reforged. This R2 is single-handedly one of the best things a caster could ask for. Mr. Jason says, but it depends on the pre-order bonus, good sir. If Steelbook case equals instant pre-order, if figure equals instant pre-order. Ah yes, solid physical merchandise. Got it. And my overall, like, purview with this area is to, like, work our way around the edges. Work our way around the edges so that we're not getting overwhelmed. And then our ultimate goal is to get up here where the church is. There is a church. That is where our spell is. And there are lots of enemies there. I know it's long, I know it's boring. If this game didn't have rune pieces, I would probably be a lot more direct. But it does. It does have an overworld collectible that does draw out the playtime pretty significantly if you're wanting to accrue enough power after the first shard bearer that you fight. It's really important that you collect these rune pieces, and it's even more important for us because we aren't gonna be getting them all. Like, there are gonna be some rune pieces that we miss because it is just strictly not worth it to get. Mr. Attention says, that new Resident Evil, Mr. Coin, it shocked you for sure. Oh. Shocked in what way, if and you don't mind my asking? Capcom did it again? Oh, are there micros? Are there microtransactions? I could think of one way in which Capcom, you know, shocks people for the worse. Okay, let's kill them. Mark you. Kill you. Or is it something else? Did Capcom actually do something good? I'm willing to be proven wrong. I'm just a Capcom skeptic. They pulled that off with, you know, Dragon's Dogma 2, where there were microtransactions for the game, such that the fighting cowboy literally defended them for that.
In the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that, and thank you for hanging out and chatting with me. You guys have been awesome. We do take commercial breaks around here at the top of each and every hour. We will be taking one in about 3.5 minutes from now. And when that time comes, to the left of my webcam will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, the ads are going to be playing if you're on Twitch, and you know, I will be getting up to take a stretch and doing other things. I highly recommend that you guys do the same thing. It'll make the break pass by faster, and you don't have to watch ads. You don't have to listen to ads, because I know no one likes that. I know none of us here like ads, but I gotta do something to make the experience less crappy about on this platform, at least when you're here on this channel. But do feel free to spend the time however you like. Once the timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will be back at my desk, and we can pick up where we left off again. We'll go from there. Mr. Jason says the only, and Mr. Jason means only in all caps, way that Mr. Jason will not pre-order Pokemon Wind and Waves is if they go with the game key cards like they did with Pokemon Pokopia. They probably will. The question is going to be only key cards or key cards and a more expensive physical copy, because I believe that is how that has to be. Let me close this so that it doesn't glitch out. Mr. Jason says at some point the YouTube app is supposed to be coming to the Nintendo Switch 2. Mr. Jason sure can't wait for it to have a ridiculous name like YouTube Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, plus YouTube Kids, plus YouTube TV. I can't wait either. Although I'll wait forever because I don't have a Switch 2. Mr. Tension says, yeah, the story feels like a movie. It really feels like you're in the game and the graphics are so real. That's nice. That's nice. But were there microtransactions? Which was the question I had asked earlier, Mr. Tension. Did they have ways you could ease the game difficulty for $5? Or was that actually not a thing this time? Because I can't tell you how much that was a thing for Dragon's Dogma 2. I literally watched and read all the articles right from Capcom about. I hope everyone can hear me properly. We had a slight disconnect there. Mr. Tension says, no, they don't, Mr. Coin. Good. Good. I'm glad they learned their lesson from that. Mr. Jason says, until Resident Evil Requiem released, the only thing that Crapcom did that was good was The Legend of Zelda the Minish Cap. Crapcom. That's funny. I'm sorry. I don't know why I find Crapcom funny, but I do find it funny. Mr. Tension says, you got me bugging up for sure. I'm glad that people are getting some laughter. Laughter truly is the best medicine, as they say. In the future, I will definitely work towards making this particular segment faster. Mr. Jason says, and The Legend of Zelda Oracle of Seasons and Ages 2. You forgot about that? Yeah, I'm not saying the devs at Capcom are bad. I'm saying, you know, the company has rolled out some less than stellar business practices over the years. That's all. We can talk more about this after the break. See you then. Sorry about that, everybody. I'm back. Let's just say nature gave me a call, and she was determined to hold me up for a few minutes. Hence my delay. That is what I will say. So sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Let's see, anything? No, I didn't think so. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, they even came up with a Resident Evil mobile game yesterday? Ah! And they're also trying to get all the mobile games. They're also trying to get all the money, excuse me. Yeah, sounds like Capcom. Mr. Tension says if it was a Zelda mobile game, then we got something. Maybe. I don't know. Can we just not have mobile live service games? I don't want to, you know, piss in everyone's Wheaties about that. I'm sure mobile games are fun to play, but it just seems like you can't have a good mobile game without there being a live service model or microtransactions attached to it. It's just really shitty. Sorry to say. Mr. Jason says, with Pokemon Wind and Waves showing off the... when they showed off the 3 new starter Pokemon, Mr. Jason's only query left over was that you were wondering which one of the starter Pokemon is going to be this generation's Incineroar. Content. Most people who play Pokemon just want a Pokemon to relay, or that might be content. I'm not sure which version of that. Context. Never mind. None of the above. Most people who play Pokemon just want a Pokemon to remain on 4 legs. You mean you don't like it when your Pokemon and Digimon games have crossover? You don't like that? I guess not everyone's a fan of bipedal Pokemon. And here's food for thought, for the record. Just as a separate point of order. When people sleep with cute Pokemon plushies of Pikachu or Pichu or something in bed, no one bats an eye. But if someone's Pokemon plush is a Machamp or a Machoke, we're gonna have problems. People suddenly pay attention. I want you guys to think about that. There's a meme associated with that. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason doesn't mind. Ah, I see. And what's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Tension says, I feel you, Mr. Coin. It's just, it's getting so tiresome. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. I was like, the game gonna play or what? Mr. Jason says there was at one point a life-size Gardevoir plushie. Oh, I totally bet people ordered that Gardevoir plushie for the right reasons. And it didn't turn into a body pillow. Totally. That's totally what happened, right? Right, guys? No degeneracy here. Nope, absolutely not. Children's plushie for everyone. Totally legal reasons. I'm sorry, but there is a reason why that is a problem, or why it is at the very least weird. And the reason that is weird is because of the implications that having such a thing as a plushie usually implies. I am being about as vague about that as I possibly can be. If you know what I'm talking about, great. And I should also say, this is a space for adults. The stream is rated mature. Children should not be here. If you're a child, that's not, maybe it's not. It's less that you can't be here, and more of the your parents should be sitting with you, watching to see what I say. And if they don't like what I'm saying, they should take you away from the screen. Is ultimately the point I am trying to get across here. This is like, children should not be on the internet without adult supervision, and they should really only be on the internet for some kind of focused purpose. Mr. Tension says, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Mobile games are for the whales. You saw this video where a man spent $10,000 on online gambling. Yep, that sounds like men on OF for Fansly or whatever spending like 10K for their Oshi to look at them. Or, you know, the female on the camera to pay attention to them or talk to them. And yeah, it's on those same lines. That's nuts. Who has that much disposable income? Are they using a credit card? Is that how they're paying for it? I mean, I don't really want to know this question, or know the answer to such a question, but that amount of money does beg the question. Honestly, some of that really, really, really ought to be.
It's against the law.
There's now because of all this, you know, discourse about, you know, various cultural issues. We're now hearing the phrases, women shouldn't be allowed on social media and men shouldn't be allowed to have wallets. Which is just, you know, nuts behavior. People should just literally... there needs to be more social intervention with some situations. Sorry, just... Sometimes people should not be free to be quite so degenerate, in my opinion. And the degeneracy doesn't have to be OF. It can be other stuff that is also considered degenerate. Mr. Tension says, you got me bugging up today. I feel you, brother. I mean... Freedom has costs. Being free has consequences, right? If people have freedom of action, you really can't be surprised when people might choose to deliver the vices right into their veins. Or you can't be surprised when people decide, yeah, you know what, I think the world really sucks and I would like to have some pleasure before I go. Whatever form that takes. It could be anything that people use for pleasure or get derived pleasure out of, even, you know, gaming included. You can't be surprised. It's the rat utopia experiment or mice utopia experiment where, you know, when there's an abundance of every resource under the sun and rats or mice don't have to worry about procreating, they don't. They will actively choose to start tearing into each other, you know, fighting with each other, and the female mice or rats don't have like breeding or mothering instincts. It's just crazy. Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, you're gonna head off to bed as you want to get a nice cup of tea before it is too late. See you on Monday, good sir. Very well, Mr. Jason. Have a wonderful weekend, good sir. Thank you for being here once again. Was good to see you. Rest well, my lovely senator, and I do hope I get to see you again sooner rather than later. But if I don't get to see you, stay safe and take care of yourself out there, good sir. Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Tension. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'm at weird crossroads with a lot of sociocultural issues where I'm a very pro-freedom individual. I like it when people can choose their fate, choose the things they want to participate in. We all are allowed that freedom of association, but if people consistently are choosing things that have wrong or foul societal impact, at what point do we curtail that choice? At what point do we say it's actually not okay for people to choose that, or choose to do these things? how long before we say maybe we should limit the OF consumption? Maybe we shouldn't have every resource under the sun available for consumption, because humans and life in general are not meant to work when everything is in constant abundance. For example, octopi, or octopodes, excuse me, I have to remember the word's not Latin, so it's octopodes. Octopodes they come with mating organs. Most octopus live 2 years. That is their life expectancy, is 2 years. If you remove the mating organ, male octopus or octopode have a special tentacle they use for mating, and female octopus have the appropriate orifices for mating, where eggs are made and all that fun stuff. The male octopus, once they mate, they go off somewhere and die. Like, a bunch of systems turn on in their body. Like, mating triggers a change that causes them to just kind of die. Some octopus breeds or species even eat the dead male, assuming they don't try to eat him as a snack, during the process of making or making offspring. The females, on the other hand, will go on to guard their eggs. They'll forgo everything. They won't eat. They'll just sit and watch their eggs. They're quite literally programmed to do that. And then after the eggs are hatch, they die. There are places in the deep ocean where they're just nothing but octopus corpses, from all of the ones that died there. There are a group of octopodes that go reside in a hydrothermal vent, and it's just a bunch of females there with their eggs. I can't explain why they do this, or why this specific species of octopus do it, but they do that. If you remove these organs from, octopode, if you remove them, they will live an extra 3 years. The expectancy jumps up to 5 years rather than 2. On average, regardless of octopus speciation, regardless of that, about 5 years. Also, we're done with the split. And I think in order to make up on time for sitting there and talking about stuff, I'm gonna not take any more notes for today. Which, going back to the subject at hand, that's fine. Life is designed to work that way, where the octopode have a 2-year expectancy, and once they mate, their routines change. The men go off to die, and the women go cloister themselves with their eggs, and then they die when they're finished. When the eggs hatch. In some cases, the hatchlings even eat the dead mother's carcass. I think there's only 1 or 2 octopode species that do that, but that is a thing that happens sometimes. That's grisly, but that's life. I say all that to say, and this is the last thing I want to say before we lose too much more time. Imagine getting a bunch of octopodes together of the same species. That's important. Give them enough space, but supply all their needs. Would the same thing happen to them that would happen in the rat experiment? Would the same thing happen? Could the same thing happen? And if so, what does that say about life as a whole, right? What does that say when when creatures that were previously programmed, quote unquote, to work toward their survival no longer have to worry about survival? What does that say? What happens? That is a genuine question upon which I do not really expect an answer, but it's one that, as a former biologist, I would sometimes think about: is what happens when the creatures are put into a scenario where they're allowed to thrive almost excessively. It's easy to point to rats and deer, and say this is what happens, but what about other animals? And what does that say about life in abundance? Does that say maybe we as human beings should also kind of we're animals, right? We're mammals. We have hair. A lot of us do, not all of them. We lactate. A lot of women do. Some men do as well. But we lactate. We give birth to live young. We nurture and raise our young, which are all of those things. And we have a backbone with vertebrae. All of those are like qualifications to be a mammal, like taxonomically speaking. Should we not also think about the same thing for ourselves? Maybe there's a reason that humans should struggle in life a little bit. Maybe not physically, but perhaps mentally. I just want to leave people with that question for the weekend, because I think a lot of long-standing cultural and societal issues... A lot of long-standing cultural and societal issues are different because we have more of everything. And we live much longer lives. Prior to like the 1400s, we died out in the 30s. We didn't live past 30. It was really important that we courted and mated real early for that reason. And now look, the life expectancy is around 75 or 8. And women often don't need to have children or even consider the thought of that until around 35. Because any time past that point, you really start to run the risk of familial Down syndrome, Robertsonian Downs, and so on. A lot of birth defects could show up, after a certain age. Angie Philosopher says, you thought you left biology at school. That's fair. Sorry, that's the neurospicy in me. I take 80 words to wrap up a thought. Because my thoughts are long. Sorry, and I'm also an academic at heart. I try to take a lot of the lessons that I was taught, when I was studying towards my bachelor's in molecular and cellular biology. I was taught a lot of other stuff too. I try to take that with me, even if it's not all that useful. So our conversations could go into places where people may not necessarily want to go, at least in terms of like academia or somewhat more nuanced topics. Mr. Tension says, you don't know if this counts, but humans have emotions. You think that's the downfall of humans? I don't, because lots of other mammals also have emotions, and they're perfectly fine. Dogs have emotions. They're not as complex as ours, but they do have them. And yes, to latch onto your second comment, about positive emotions are okay. Yeah, like that's the limbic system. A lot of our emotions have inputs. The inputs for the positive ones tend to be dopamine and endorphins. The negative ones tend to be, cortisol and adrenaline. Granted, adrenaline does not only fuel strictly negative behavior, but a lot more of the negative or like stress responses are tied to fluctuations in adrenaline. Humans are biological computers. Our inputs are hormones, and our outputs are emotions and words and actions. At least that's how I like to see it. Now, I love talking and I love chit-chatting with everyone, but we're about to deal with a somewhat difficult boss, so I need all of my focus for that. So I'm going to go ahead and hit up the overlay and we're going to get to work. See you guys on the other side of this boss. And before I step across, this is a custom boss. This is an Elden Ring Reforged specialty. So if you guys like custom bosses, I think you'll enjoy this one. See you guys after. Catch up here. Wow, okay, super cool, says Mr. Tension. Yeah, I like this boss. He's annoying, but I do like him. And I did almost die to him, which would have been not great. And thank you for the GGs, for the record. For those of you that have channel points on Twitch, under the channel point rewards, if you ever want to wish me good luck, I do have a soundboard redeemed for that. I'll see if I can't find it. Yep, it's right here. And it does require a text prompt, but you can just, you know, say good luck. I'm not asking for that. I'm just saying if you want to do that, you want a little more flair than good luck or whatever, I got you covered. Now, we're going to change out one spell for this spell. What do I have next on our list? Knights Cavalry? Yeah, Knights Cavalry. Okay, yep. That's a pretty easy fix. For those of you on YouTube or Kick, you don't have to worry about that. That's mainly a Twitch acknowledgement more than anything. All right. Bosses aplenty. We got 2 that we can get right here, right out in the courtyard. And we even get a new item that is going to accentuate our build moving forward. All right, Mr. Knight Cavalry. Let's get to work. Nice. Mr. Tension says, Mr. Coin, that first move that you did was so cool. Oh, you mean the Flame of Frenzy? Yeah, this is a nice spell. It inflicts madness on targets. It doesn't, like, it builds up madness on targets, and then if they're hit enough times, they become mad. Unlike Elden Ring, in which non-player entities are immune to madness, in Reforged, lots of things are susceptible to it. Not everything, but a lot of stuff.
Shall I turn your runes to strength?
I think
Let
it's
my
like...
hand rest upon you. For but a moment.
Is it... I think it's like divine enemies, divine class enemies. Some of them are
Your
immune.
ambitions. The principles you would
Yeah, if I'm
follow.
remembering right, there's like a specific class that tends to be resistant to madness, but I don't know the rule offhand. And if people are wondering what the heck we're leveling Faith to 19, it is for specifically for Faith casting requirement breakpoints is what's happening. And thank you, Mr. Tension. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna come all the way out here, and we are going to ride out to that Golem Archer over there. We're gonna take care of him so that we don't get pot shots at us during the next fight. Like that. We took a lot of damage. We just ate a great bow to the face, and you know, we're lucky we're living. Mr. Tension says, now you see why people love this game? It's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you're seeing it. I will say that, you know, some stuff is modded, but if you like the mod, you will probably, if you like what you see from the mod, you will probably like the base game overall. Mr. Tension says you never heard anything bad about the series. I mean, that's good, but I will say that Elden Ring does have some complications that perhaps a lot of the rest of the Souls titles do not. Mainly the... How do I word this politely? In the ever-increasing arms race between the developers of FromSoft and challenge runners, Elden Ring, like boss fights, are considered very complicated affairs. There are lots of patterns that can almost be borderline unfair. For example, in Elden Ring baseline, there are a lot of combos that if you don't pay attention, you won't, when you roll away like you would normally, you'll get hit, right? You'll get hit. Also, I need to bump the splits. The AI arms race has gotten to a point where rolling away from attacks will still get you hit by the attacks. This is before accounting for Reforged. And the other thing is that in Elden Ring, enemies read your animation. So that, think of like reading your button inputs, right? Like if you've ever, you know, played a fighting game where the enemy just borderline seemed to know what combo you were doing before you were doing it, there's a good chance they were reading button inputs, and the sequence, they deduced possible sequences of additional button presses past that. in order to simulate difficulty, because if the AI knows what you're doing, you know, it's not going to be as easy. You have to kind of psych the AI out, so to speak. The same thing is true of Elden Ring, but instead of reading buttons, they read animations. And like, if you or I were to try to read the animation, right, we'd probably read a roll animation from the time the feet actually left the ground, right? Like, you've got a frame where you can do something else. Elden Ring NPCs, baseline, as soon as you flick the button, or flick the stick forward and press B, like, within milliseconds of the animation starting, they have already read that animation, because all the animations in Elden Ring are keyed to very specific addresses in memory. All the animations have their own identity, and if the identity is read, well, then the enemies in this game are programmed to do something specific. The second you press your item button in order to use an item or drink from a healing flask, there's an animation tied to that. And the enemy reads that only not even 1 millisecond after the animation starts. They're already reading it as soon as the animation is cued to go off. So even though it's not button reading, they're not reading the inputs, they're reading the animations. If they're doing it the second the animation starts, it's like they're reading inputs. It's effectively the same as reading... it's effectively the same as reading button inputs. And it has this tendency right here, the exact one I described in base Elden Ring, has produced some very unfair mechanics. Enemies will dodge your projectiles as soon as you have fired one, or as soon as you've queued up to fire them. There's a giant lion enemy that will dodge whenever you fire a projectile. That you can use that as like the litmus test for the behavior. It's unfair and unfun. It says if you're not using a melee build, you're gonna waste your arrows. You're gonna lose FP from casting spells at this thing. I didn't want any bats, which is why I did that. Now, some of that is fixed. There are some randomness intervals that are added into Reforged. From the way I understand how the code works, from the way I have been explained the adjustments, is that the enemy will sometimes randomly read the input later. Or sometimes there is a working counter of, oh, the enemy will do this a certain number of times, and then they will, suddenly not do it. Like, there are adjustments to the AI that prevent it from being as unfair. Nice. Hold on, I'll be able to read comments in a second. I forgot to mark the or set up the overlay for that. Let me catch up on comments. We'll start with the red app because I believe I saw comments there as well. Mr. Attention says, uh-oh, Warcraft got competition now. It's had competition forever. Oh, but if you meant for yourself, then yes, Elden Ring absolutely should take the seat over Warcraft Retailer Classic. Mr. Attention goes on to say the graphics are really nice, Mr. Coin. I would imagine so. Are we talking about Resident Evil 9 or a different game with that statement? Or are we talking about this game? I just want to make sure I didn't cross the skies somewhere I wasn't supposed to. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, just to give you an idea of how far back your YouTube watch later list goes, one of the first videos is a Pokemon Legends Z to A unboxing video posted on the 16th of October. Ah. That's a pretty... 16th of October of what year? Mr. Tension says this game? Okay, cool. It's this game. The item that we got that was worth doing this here is the sacrificial axe. Now, we're not going to use this axe. We're not going to swing it around. Its effect is that it restores FP upon kill. This thing has an evil eye effect for FP. Or a cerulean dagger effect. But for when you defeat an enemy. This thing is going to make it so that our flame slings cost way less FP in the long run to use. Which is pretty nice. Okay, how do I want to handle this part? Trying to remember when I went around and got a bunch of extra stuff. I think I did this here. Mr. Jason says 2025. Okay, so last year. Gotcha. Makes sense. I usually don't keep a watch later list. And I have worked real hard to cultivate the liked videos to not show videos that I've liked. I don't like people knowing that. If it's filled up with stuff again, I'll have to get rid of it, of course, but like get rid of the display, but I generally don't keep lists like that. It's just it invites a lot of scrutiny. I've had it happen to me where I've liked a video before, and people are like, ew, why did you like that video? Did you know this person did X? I'm like, yeah, sure, but maybe I liked it so I could watch it later. Have you considered that? No. You just kind of came at me with whatever care and opinion you were about to spew in my general direction. Yeah, no thank you. So I like to keep that stuff hidden. Now, that is not to say that I do not... That is not to say that I don't sometimes unlike things when I learn that someone that made that particular piece of content, you know, is an actual dirtbag. Then I will go and unlike it. But for the large part, I try not to. I just try not to have that stuff be public information in the first place. It's saved me a lot of stress in the long term, I would say. Oh, thank God. I nearly made a mistake there. Gravity will kill you. Gravity is like the hugest boss in these sorts of like routing or run attempts. Like gravity counts as a hit and it counts as a death. Unsurprisingly. I guess we could like convert the golden seed we just got, sure. I think eventually it does take 2 seeds and then 3 seeds to give us an extra flask, so eventually this needing to do this will be... Oh, never mind. Are we already at the... Yeah, we are already at the stage where 2 seeds are required to upgrade our flask charges somewhat very well. I think we have just enough time to take a lap around the outer courtyard here of Castle Morn and collect some stuff before we call it a day. I do hope you guys, if I don't get a chance to say it sooner, I hope you guys do have a wonderful weekend. I hope you guys go on to do lots of fun stuff for the weekend. I will try to get some pictures posted of, you know, my time at the billiard hall. I did take one picture, at least one picture. I'll try to post that in the Discord. I'll try to work on Stoke Chat some more so that you guys actually have that. You guys actually have that if you want to move off of Discord. I also will try to get Vlog 8 released this weekend. I'll probably forget that I marked that enemy. I'm calling it now. I'm gonna forget lots of things that I've used signs of the all-knowing on in the past. Mr. Tension says, hope you have a good weekend too, Mr. Coin. Thank you. I appreciate... Oh my... get away from me. Man, follow me up to a cliff. I thought I was gonna die to a random bear pushing me off the cliff. Literally doing what players like to do to each other in PvP fights. That would have been hella gross. I need to be more careful. And as you can see, those blue streaks that kind of flow toward the character, that is the effect of the sacrificial axe, which we get from this the death bird we killed earlier over here. This is like a huge run-setting item, especially when you compare it with the fur raiment or fur set. Where the effect of the first set is to yield FP on kill from each enemy. You can get a lot of low-grade spells being almost free when you're out in the field, which is almost free, with like some caveats. Mr. Tension says, wow, that bear tries to sneak up on you. He did try. He almost succeeded too. I'll point that out. He almost succeeded. I should have marked that scarab. I'm gonna come to regret that, probably. There are only a limited number of incantation scarabs in the game. And the Flame of Frenzy, this spell here, is great against bats. I use this as an offensive spell, a defensive spell. When I'm playing, if I ever make like a regular playthrough, this is one of the spells or incantations that go right on the hotbar almost permanently. I try to have enough faith and a scaling catalyst just for it. It's that good. Wow, look at all here. Listen to all that moaning. This game really wanted you to have the horror vibes. I'll say it like that. Do we have the large putrid corpse somewhere? Thank you, Mr. Tension. Thank you very much. Torrent and status effects. Your spectral steed is not immune to hazardous terrain. Fun fact, they are immune to anything but lava in the base game. Poison and rot swamps will damage Torrent and inflict him with damage over time effects. Plan your route through the swamps carefully to minimize the stress on Torrent. Use Roa raisins to heal him and cure his ailments. This one thing right here is one of the most controversial design decisions that Team Kernifer has ever made for this mod. There were a lot of people that left, like over 50, over like the collective course of 6 months, if I remember right, who left and disavowed the game when this change took effect. Because Torrent used to be immune to these things. And now you have to stock the Roa raisins. And in fairness to Team Kernifer, I do think it's cool that the Roa raisins are a little bit more required than they are. Because before in base game, you could just use your flasks to heal Torrent. That is a thing that you can do. You can still kind of use them here, but they don't have much effect. A lot of Elden Ring Reforged is about forcefully making the player engage with the design elements of the game, and sometimes that's a good decision, and some other times that's not such a great decision. Sometimes things can and should just be optional. You don't need to engage with every design element in a game. Sometimes an idea is meant to be an option. Or we are... Oh, poor buddy. Let's actually get you a berry then. Oh god, I need to get out of here before these screams drive me nuts. Angie Philosopher says, gotta feed Torrent those tasty berries. Yeah, I don't have a problem with feeding Torrent tasty berries. I have a problem, I have somewhat of a problem with... I'm not in the game, the mod is disgusting because this is here. I'm in the... This really could be rolled back and a lot of people would appreciate it. Can't. I can handle it, but maybe not everyone can or wants to. Because the berries are just one more overhead element that didn't need to be there. In my honest opinion. But not every change is for me. And at the end of the day, this is Team Kernifer, and by extension, you know, this is Kernifer's mod more than anything. They're allowed to put mechanics in that don't necessarily please the public. They're allowed to do that. And we can either stop playing, or we could, you know, continue to play and try not to make a big deal of it, right? There's a change later. There is a fundamental change to the game that I do actively dislike, and am in the camp of later. And I'll explain that when that comes, because I don't want to spoil it. I want people to see it for themselves. But there is a change to this game that I do actively dislike almost on that level. Mr. Jason says, Pokemon Wind and Waves looks really impressive just from screenshots, and when they come out, you have your fancy, albeit overpriced 4K HDR 10 TV, good sir. Yes, I'm looking forward to pictures of that. The last thing we're gonna do is nice. I probably should really... Yeah, nope. Oh, I have angered the gods. We do not do that. I should have just attacked them from a distance, is what should have happened. Or I could have used dragon fire for that. Do I have a bolus? I should have a bolus in here. I do. Good. The one time I go through this procedure and I don't pack cure poison, that's when I really regret it. Gross. Gnarly. Okay. That, my fine friends, is gonna do it. My name is Coin. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless, all content, fire spells only routing. I'm gonna update the title card on stream to reflect that. You guys have been a wonderful audience today. All of my lovely senators and inductees. If you guys want to join any of the hallowed halls, do feel free to check out the link tree in the bottom of the description on YouTube, or underneath the video player on Twitch, or for you guys on Kick. I have a Discord there. My Discord server is in like the top middle of the page. Thank you for the GGs, Mr. Tension. Do feel free to check out the link tree and the Discord respectively. I'd love to have people there, and I am going to work on getting the Stoke chat set up. I still have a lot of things I need to put in there before it is a complete experience, but with any luck and some time, I can get Stoke chat should be ready after next week. That way, if you guys don't want to be part of a company that is going to take they're not going to, if you don't want to be part of a company that is trying to build a dossier on you, you don't have to. You can go somewhere else. Other than that, if you do decide to join the Discord, I'd love to have you. We've got places for commands. We share pictures. I release thumbnails. There are all kinds of goodies on there. Please consider checking it out. A lot of your benefits are Discord and eventually Stoke derived. So if you guys are subbing to me on Twitch or are purchasing a membership on Patreon or Coffee, please also consider joining the Discord server, because you get your benefits through there mostly. You guys know where my hallowed halls are now, and you know all the algorithmic stuff to do. And I'll try to get vlog number 8 out there by tomorrow evening. My name is Coin. I'll see you guys on Monday. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome, of course, in any of my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.